Does it? Oh, okay. Dear colleagues, I'm sorry for making you wait. Well, we had some minor problems with technology, but now it seems over, so we can start our afternoon presentation. So today we present, in the afternoon we are going to present our university's programs, associations we have, and to talk a bit about, how we can organize our collaboration. And our first presenter from Fudan University, Shanghai, China, Professor Fan Yonming, who is a director of the Center of BRICS Studies and also a coordinator of the BRICS University League as a whole. Okay. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and professors and colleagues. So thank you very much. It is a great pleasure for me to give a speech about our research center in Fudan and also say something about the BRICS University Leaguers. So I already prepared a PPT to help my presentation. So first, I want to say a few words about the history. Our center is very young, only 3 years old. We founded in 2012. But before the founding of our center, there are many regional and cultural studies in Fudan, such like Brazil and Latin America, South Africa, and Southern Asia. So in 2012, our university put all these regional and cultural and country studies put together. So we found the research center on BRICS studies. Now we are 18 faculty members from the different schools from Fudan, mainly from international relations school, economic school, law school, and history school. Also, we have some research fellows from outside of Fudan. For instance, some people from Shanghai Institute for International Affairs, and some people from the Shanghai Social Academic Council. And of course, there are some people from Beijing. This is the picture of the founding ceremony of our center. Sorry. So our center is not only single one. We also keep a very nationwide cooperation community. Principally, we chose 5 universities in China. All of these universities are leading universities in China, such as of the international studies in Tsinghua University, also in Zhejiang Normal University. As maybe you know, this university is a very quiet reputation, a very high reputation on the research on the studies of Africa in our country. Also, we have close relations with Sichuan University. It's the western of China, and he located in Chengdu. There is a very famous institution, such as called the Institute on Southern Asia Studies, and also maybe the national universities are also in Eastern China Normal University. There is a very famous Russia research center, such as Feng Zhaolei, or I think some people from Russia side maybe attended the conference, the internet conference with Feng Zhaolei. So, besides the universities, also we have close relations with the World Economic and Political Institute in the Chinese Academy of Social Science. And for our center, there are basically there are three major jobs for us. The first one is policy research. The second one is information. The third one is the international cooperation. That means BRICS university leaguers. Sorry. As the policy research, we have close exchange, view exchange with the Ministry of Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Commerce in China. We sent them some policy suggestions. Some of them are adopted by the leaders' summits. This is the picture we are talking something about the Chinese foreign policy towards BRICS countries, and the information is a very important function of our center. We have now we have the English version and also have a Chinese version. There are 60,000 visitors every year, per month. As the specialized the website, it is quite the visit is not small. So the information webs mainly focus on the economic affairs, such as trade and investment, also and medium and small enterprise. Of course, there are some information about the research products from various institutes in China. This is the opening ceremony of the website. There are four diplomats from different countries, mainly from South Africa, from Brazil, also from Russia and from India. Now we are paying great attention to build a large an online working system. We can talk about the BRICS things, whatever who is in every part of the world. So then we want to. This is BRICS University Leaguers is a very important, very important and very big job. So this about this, I should to say 3W. Why we want to organize this league, and what we are. What's the target, and what's the goal for the league, and how to organize that? As the reason to organize BRICS University Leaguers is from the rethinking of the internationalization. As you know, in the past 30 years, the Chinese university paid great attention and made a great progress in internationalization. As in Fudan, in my school, international school, every undergraduate students at least have one chance to go to abroad for 1 week or 2 months or half year to spend in the abroad to attend the classes and or for intern. Every student undergraduate at least have one chance in the 4 years in our school. The degree of the internationalization is quite. I couldn't. It is not low. It's quite high, but now the problem is the internationalization does not mean the westernization. Of course, we have to learn from the West countries to the developed countries a lot more and more. But now we are thinking. Now we are thinking. Besides the style, besides the model of the Western style, is there any style or the model in the world? For instance, what's the meaning of the happiness? You know, in the past 30 years, the economic growth in China is very limited. As for the professor, my salary is 7 times worse. But what's the real meaning of the happiness? Still is a problem. Money is just not money. It's just not the industrial. There's something. I think there's must something have another style, another modern in the world. The Chinese society is rapidly changed. We want to know and we want to learn from the whole world, not just the Western style. The second reason is the BRICS cooperation is now play a great role in the international relations, in the international society. We have to educate more people, more students, and more good human resources to support this proceeding of the BRICS cooperation in the world. Even in the bilateral relations, the needs is very good, is very big, and very huge. For instance, there are some people, some professor from Brazil. 10 years ago, just a few people to know Brazil. But now, Brazil is a very big trade partner for China. There are huge scale trade between the two countries. Now, every year we have 100 billion import and export between the two countries. That means every day there are 3 billion import and export. But the people who can speak Portuguese to deal with the trade affairs is very small. That is a joke. The students who can speak Portuguese is real animals, like Chinese panda in the world. So this is also the reason for why we think about the BRICS University League. And as what we are going to do. Of course, I very fully agree with the professor from HEC, St. Petersburg. Also, I want to point out again, we want to such things in the framework in the BRICS University Leagues. The first one is the summer school for the undergraduate students. It's very, today I'm very happy. Why? I met 2 students who attended the summer school this July in Shanghai. I'm very happy. I'm very successful. At least me is not young, but we want to. But the education, the exchange between the BRICS countries will be continued. So we will educate more young people. Of course, education systems is quite different among the BRICS countries. But the summer school is the easy way to get the neutral realization. The first one. The second one is double degree programs for master course and for doctor course. And later I will be mentioning there are more than 10 universities who want to join the league. So I think there's some possibility for the more than 10 universities have recruit the master students or doctor students in the same platform. And the second, we want to funding some postdoctoral researchers. That's I think the postdoctoral researchers is our successful for the research and for the teaching. So we have to support them. We have to help him. And the first one is a non-degree. The non-degree program for both for government officials and businessmen. I just talked this about in Moscow and in St. Petersburg, and we'll continue our talk with all the attendance here. I think the BRICS country, the BRICS country, the 5 countries is quite different, So we have to realize, to learn from each other. So we developed some short programs, 1 week or one month for the government officials, also for the businessman. So I think, I totally agree with the professor from St. Petersburg. The project-oriented, project-based is the best way to promote the education cooperation among the BRICS countries. Now, finally, I want to say a few words. How we can to organize the league. So the PPT shows us the first stage is the launch the initiatives. This we have done in the last year in Shanghai. The 9 universities from China and from Russia launched an initiative to call for BRICS university leaguers. There are, beside the 5 Chinese universities, there are the Russian side are the HSE in Moscow, both in St. Petersburg, and the national states of the international relation, Ural Federal University and the Far Eastern Federal University. 2 days ago, I visited the University of St. Petersburg. They tell me they are very urgent to join the league. And in the spring, in March of this year, the Fudan University has a chapter of the league in future. Now we already gave some copies for to order the attendance in here. And another important progress is that the support from government will. This also in the May, in the end of the May of this year, our Vice Minister Hao Ping, he is the Minister of Education in charge of international affairs. He sent the letters to Russia government, Brazil government, South Africa government, and India government. And it is very meaningful and very important thing is that the last summit in the early of the July of this year, the BRICS leaders gathered in Brazil. They issued a communication. In the combination is that they highly appreciated the thinking about the BRICS university leaguers, and also in the next year, in 2015 in the March, the Minister of Education of BRICS country will gather again in Brazil. Maybe it will be March 2nd to 3rd. 2 days meetings was arranged. I think the organization of the BRICS University leaguers were on their agenda, and for the top in the top priority of their agenda. And in the future, we have two things we want to go. One is that we want to set up the secretariat. Now, it will run the university leaguers efficiently, and another one is as the Vice President Low has mentioned in his opening speech, we suggest to have another international conference as the continue of the Shanghai conference last year. We are gathered again to talk the BRICS countries' university again on how we set up the secretariat and how we choose we invite more university to join us and what the priority we should to do. This is the picture for your president. Just 1 month ago, this is our president met in Shanghai. So I hope many universities, many scholars will join the organization of the BRICS leaguers, and many professors will contribute for the proceeding of the BRICS university leaguers. That's my introduction and my thinking about the BRICS university leaguers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if someone have immediate questions or comments, okay, yeah. Thank you. But as far as I know, Fudan University has something like University Lyceum, kind of secondary school in the university, as a part of the university. And for example, Ural Federal University also has University Lyceum, a school for talented, high school children of 16, 17 years old, from all over Urals. So we can, I think as part of our activity we can organize, you know, at least some high school connections with Fudan or with Brazilian universities. So yeah.
Actually, in Fudan, there is an in-house high school in Fudan. There is in this school, in this high school, there is an international department. So this receive the students more than 12 years to 70 years. They receive the students from abroad. So please make your please to bring your boys and girls to Japan to join the in-house high school. There you go.
Thank you very much. The second presentation for today is of High School of Economics, St. Petersburg, Russia, and the presenters will be Chris Jerry and Yulia Laius, one after another, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, she's coming.
So Chris Jerry is both from University College London and High School of Economics, St. Petersburg.
And then down is okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to talk about HSE in St. Petersburg. Just by way of introduction, as I'm, like Peter was saying earlier, something of an outsider. Just a couple of words about myself. I've recently joined HSE in St. Petersburg in September as academic director of the School of Social Sciences and Humanities. And one of my roles there is to think about the promotion of an internationalization strategy and quality assurance. Previous to that, and this is relevant for reasons that I hope will become clear later, previous to that I was at UCL in London for 12, 13 years. And that's a university which was one of the first in Britain to really adopt an international strategy, and it has indeed marketed itself as a global university. And so I bring with me some experience of being involved in internationalization there, but also it's one of the universities that has taken on a slightly different approach to thinking about area studies, which is much more consistent with the type of narrative that we were hearing this morning, and indeed is very active and keen to be active in the BRICS area, which I'll come back to later. So I'm just going to very quickly give a little bit of background on the development strategy for HSE St. Petersburg, because HSE St. Petersburg isn't very well known. I was working with HSE Moscow for 10 years, and I hadn't heard of HSE St. Petersburg, which is really quite remarkable institutional failure in my view. So I'm going to say a little bit about that, then I'm going to talk about some current research and education priorities, and then a bit more about internationalization and how that, I think, relates to the BRICS. And then I'm going to finish with an example of a potential area of research, education, study, etc., which I think is very relevant to the BRICS, and an example of a thematic approach to thinking about the kind of collaboration that the BRICS League could approach, could embrace rather. And then Yulia is going to talk very briefly about one of our new and exciting developments in the educational sector. So our model of development, I've pinched this slide directly from that of the director of HSE St. Petersburg. Our model of development is that we aim to be a middle-sized research, education, innovation university where those dimensions are related. our product diversity is across humanities, social science, economics and management, and applied maths and information technology. And a big part of our development strategy is based around interdisciplinarity and interdisciplinary studies. And as I'll show you in a moment, we have three broad categories of interdisciplinary theme: urban studies, diversity and tolerance, and digital, social sciences and humanities, within which many of our research excellence areas fit. And allied to that is our strategy for internationalization, which I'll talk about a bit later. And then, of course, we have things relating to stakeholders and our key resources, perhaps the most important of which is the great city in which we're located. So these are our centers of research excellence. And so this is our three kind of thematic areas: urban development, digital society, and diversity and tolerance. And that gives rise to, or related within those, is a whole bunch of particular, slightly more specific areas in which we either already specialize or are developing specializations. And you can see how those kind of fit in all sorts of ways you can imagine into our sort of overall themes. So we're trying to sort of put together a kind of structured, thematic, interdisciplinary approach to identifying our research strategies. And I've highlighted there in red health studies, because I'm going to talk about that, because that's the field in which I'm involved. Our education strategic priorities are a model of education based on the major-minor system, in which the minor reflects areas of research excellence. And I think that's important to mention because it relates to the increasing trend in the leading global universities towards research-led teaching and learning. And I think that's very important for the kind of discussions we've been having today. The second part of the strategy is in internationalization, which I'll talk about in a bit more detail, and then development of applied skills, so professional development programs, and the career relevance of the teaching and learning that we promote. And then in cross-cultural skills, which of course relates closely to the types of things we're talking about today as well. Structurally, we're organized or reorganized or sort of organized like this, with three major schools: School of Social Sciences and Humanities, with a bunch of the types of departments you'd expect to see there, a Faculty of Law with a bunch of chairs or departments, and a School of Economics and Management, our biggest school in terms of student numbers, with the types of departments you'd expect to see there. So that gives rise to a whole bunch of bachelor programs: economics, management, public admin, sociology, history, political science, law, logistics, Asian and African studies, and a new bachelor's program in philology starting next year. And then master's programs, which is where we're really concentrating some of our internationalization efforts in all of these areas. And as I say, I've highlighted applied history here because that's a new degree we're very excited about and that Yulia is going to talk about specifically in a couple of minutes. So on to the international strategy. For HSE, this means seeking to become an internationally recognized modern research university of excellence, which is kind of every university's international strategy. But in the context of HSE more broadly, with St. Petersburg as the kind of international hub for the whole of the university. And although I hadn't heard of HSE St. Petersburg for 10 years whilst working with Moscow, I really ought to have done, given the popularity of St. Petersburg as a destination for people from my country. The third element of this is to achieve that international excellence and to achieve St. Petersburg as the international hub of HSE by placing internationalization at the heart of our strategic priority. And to achieve that, both through enhancing our relationships with our existing partners, but also through developing new interactions with new partners in new parts of the world, but in particular with the leading universities in their respective countries. In terms of how we see that being implemented on the ground, there are five kind of areas that I sort of highlight. The first and most obvious is in developing English language education, both at BA level, but primarily at the moment at MA level, as you'll hear about from Yulia in a moment. But also, it's not only about delivering English language courses and programs, but about making those courses and programs global in their outlook, interdisciplinary in their approach, and thematic in the way that they're structured. And that's a big ambition for any university, but perhaps particularly for one in this part of the world. Secondly, and this is my own kind of bugbear, and perhaps reflects where I come from somewhat, but to develop what we call quality assurance and enhancement. There isn't a university in the top 100 that doesn't have a quality assurance strategy. And equally, there isn't a university in Russia that has a very advanced quality assurance strategy. And quality assurance doesn't mean just accreditation with professional bodies. It means having a plan for delivering teaching and learning that's linked to research and institutional strategies, and that underpins and guarantees the kind of customer service, to pick up on some of Maxim's terminology, the kind of customer service and corporate image that you want to project as a modern university. The third area is in student mobility, and that obviously is through exchange arrangements in one respect, but also through attracting students from around the world who are willing, prepared, and keen to pay fees to attend excellent programs and take excellent modules. The amount of money flowing around the globe, passing hands from students to institutions, is frightening, and some of it should be coming here. The fourth area is in the development of joint, or perhaps more realistically double degree programs with leading global universities. And then the fifth one, I think, which is somewhat perhaps easier to achieve and not perhaps looked at enough, is in PhD collaboration, either through exchanges, the development of joint programs, or thinking about attracting PhD students to different centers within thematic areas of research. In terms of the BRICS specifically, there's a couple more things I want to say. Firstly, that we in St. Petersburg think that we are a natural and excellent international hub for global BRICS studies, partly because we're right on the edge of Europe, part of the European higher education area, and I think that's important for a bunch of reasons. And we have close connections with the top global universities, both in the UK and Europe and in North America. Oops. Secondly, we've talked about this, there are all sorts of forms of intra-BRIC mobility, students and staff moving within the network on BA, MA, PhD, professional studies, or non-academic programs and so on, through internships, projects, local impact initiatives, actual modules, short courses, or, to quote Daniel, doing stuff. And doing stuff is, as Daniel explained, important. The third one, perhaps reflecting again my own background and bias, is through what I've called here associated partners, or BRICS Plus. I don't think the BRICS network should see itself as a kind of alternative closed loop of associations of universities, but it should be something that's of natural interest to the rest of the world, should be at the center in which British, American, European universities want to be involved and want to have some stake in. And I believe and know that certainly from the British perspective that would be true, where there's increasing interest in BRICS studies. And then fourthly, and this builds on something I saw on an information leaflet awaited for me in my hotel last night, is the International BRICS Master's degree. And I did look on the website, Maxime, and I couldn't quite work out what the program here on the Center BRICS thing exactly is, but it sounds like a fantastic idea. And my personal view is that there should be something that works towards or mirrors a kind of Erasmus Mundus European-style program. Of course, within Europe itself, that's complicated enough, let alone across 4 or 5 countries with very different educational systems and heritages and approaches to education. But I think that could be something that would be extremely popular on the global market, and not just about the flow of people within the BRICS countries, but attractive to people from outside the BRICS countries, from North America, from Britain, from Europe, and so on. Finally, I want to finish just by saying a few words about, with an example of what I call a thematic research area, which I think is important for global studies, full stop, but particularly important for the BRICS countries, and that's my own area of health studies. I think this is probably true of most of the BRICS region, but health in Russia has traditionally been the remit of the pure sciences or of the medical sciences. There's been very limited social science input into health. It's been viewed as a kind of industrial sector in some ways, an industrial medical sector, and traditionally of low priority. That's been reflected in the university structures as well, and also, and that includes at HSE, which has been somewhat more progressive than others in thinking about health studies. And now it's time to catch up with the needs of contemporary society and economy, but also with other parts of the world. Why? Because in other parts of the world, health economics, health psychology, the sociology of health, the politics of health, the culture of health, epidemiology, cultural anthropology, and so on, are all booming areas in the health field in Western Europe, America, and elsewhere. And in those countries, practitioners across the disciplines are working together with medics, with policymakers, scientists, and so on. In my role at UCL, I spent some time each year teaching medical students about health economics, and they also did modules in health sociology and so on as well. And this is reflected also in the way that if you look at the top 10 global universities, they increasingly recognize global health or global well-being and happiness, to pick up on what the previous speaker was talking about, as key areas, key thematic areas for multidisciplinary studies or multidisciplinary challenges facing the world in the 21st century and challenges facing the modern university. And as a consequence, health itself is a rapidly growing field of international multidisciplinary research, as well as, of course, all of the massive amount of medical and scientific research that goes on. And I'm just going to give you two empirical examples of why this is the case, because you don't have to look too far from here to see why it's interesting. Someone posed the question earlier, why is Russia interesting other than for being Russian studies, for wanting to learn Russian language and so on? It's interesting for people who are interested in health. This is life expectancy for males and females in Russia over the last 50, 60 years. And what you see is a remarkable health phenomenon, a globally remarkable health phenomenon. The blue lines on these graphs is the evolution of life expectancy for males and females, and the red line in Europe, and the red line is for males and females in Russia. And just the flatlining of those red lines is historically remarkable. To go from a situation in 1950s, 1960s, where Russia was very close to the European Union level and just about at it for women, to go to a situation with this kind of gap in that time period is a really remarkable achievement in all the negative ways that can be interpreted. And secondly, the big spikes on the left-hand diagram in particular in the red line, those big falls, they represent sort of 5, 6, 7 year falls in life expectancy in almost no time at all. That hasn't happened in peacetime in any other country in the world in modern history. So these are remarkable phenomena for people to study who are interested in health. And I know a whole bunch of people who don't give a stuff about Russia, but care about this kind of thing. And why is this interesting to social science and humanities? Well, because we know the cause of these of this divergence. The medical causes are cardiovascular disease and external and violent causes of death. They're the two reasons for this gap. And much of that is explained by alcohol intake, cigarette consumption, diet, and so on. Well, that's not medical, that's social. So the explanations for this gap are to be found not in the waiting rooms and surgeries of medical practitioners, but are to be found in social science and humanities, where our input is to help understand the way human beings behave in society. The second picture for you is from a WHO study in 2005, which projected the economic loss among the BRIC countries and other countries over the subsequent 10 years, 2005 to 2015, based purely on projections of mortality, not morbidity. That would triple and quadruple these figures in some cases, but just from early mortality due to heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. These figures are frightening. As it happens, they were slightly overestimated because the WHO didn't build in a global economic crisis, but you get the idea, and the idea is roughly correct. And if you look at it for the next 10 or 20 years, you see the line for Brazil going up much higher, and the other countries staying roughly where they are as well. So the economic costs of these things are huge and important. But what causes heart disease, stroke, and diabetes? These, again, are social and economic and cultural diseases being driven by smoking, diet, exercise, and so on, and alcohol and drug intake, and so on. So, I'm very briefly, the long-term goals for health at HSE then is to establish an international centre for global health research and education. And this, I put in brackets here, why not in Russia? Very good reasons to have it in Russia or Brazil or India or China or South Africa or South Korea or anywhere. It can be international, it can be global, because there are important phenomena that apply well outside of the boundaries of these countries. Secondly, to place health and well-being at the core of inter- and multidisciplinary studies at HSE St. Petersburg, because that's where that's the way that health and well-being are being approached in other parts of the world as well. To address global, national and local health challenges through research and education, through international multi-sectoral partnerships, and being always policy and practically relevant. So at HSE, I'm going to skip this slide because I'm taking too much time, but at HSE, we're in the process of developing ideas for a new research laboratory or research centre. And there are 4 areas in particular which I'm working on developing with colleagues from across Russia and across the world. The first one is my own area of specialization, which is in health behaviors and interventions. And that applies to smoking, alcohol, obesity and exercise and so on, drug misuse, sexually transmitted infections, HIV and so on. These are core areas of policy challenge to all of the BRICS countries, without a shadow of a doubt. The second area is in mental health and suicide. Mental health is a growing disease burden globally. Suicide is the biggest cause of global mortality among young males, age 18 to 24, and is growing rapidly, including in Russia. The third area is in comparative health reform. Across the BRICS countries, across Western Europe, across Northern America, in the last 5 to 10 years, there have been radical health policy reform packages either considered or rolled out actually. And the lessons that countries can learn from each other in what have largely been failed reforms in most of these countries so far, including in the US and UK, the lessons that these countries can learn from each other in comparative perspective are potentially great. And then fourthly, in health inequalities, which links us very closely back to social sciences and sociology in particular. But of particular interest is the way in which people interact with and access the health system. And again, that comes down not to a question of medical practice, but comes down to cultural beliefs and approaches and social and economic causes. So they're the 4 areas in which we're hoping to develop our research. And yep, okay. And so these 4 areas are all entirely relevant to the BRICS countries, and I think provide the potential for research and educational collaboration among the members of this community. And with that, I'll finish and invite Julia to come and say a few words about the history master's program in applied history and something. Okay.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. Chris already presented our, major strategies of what High School of Economics at St. Petersburg want to develop. So I will illustrate one particular program which will start from September 2015, and it will be international with the language of instruction English, 2-year master program in applied and interdisciplinary history usable pasts. And what we mean under applied history. Under applied history, we look for connections and links of historical objects, historians, and the public. And applied history embraces methods and practices dealing with identification, preservation, interpretation of historical artifacts, texts, structures, and landscapes. So from the our understanding of applied history, the interdisciplinarity is also very, very crucial. If you talk about cultural and natural landscapes altogether, you are going into the field of interdisciplinarity. And so the key program features of this master education will be a combination of fundamental and applied training in interdisciplinary focus. And we will provide a wide range of elective courses. Special emphasis on the practical use of historical knowledge through focusing on research work, project work, internships, practically oriented master thesis, and active learning methods, including the digital humanities methods in teaching and research using modern IT technology. So you see that we try to fit our program into these areas of excellence on which Chris already presented, which is diversity and tolerance, urban studies, and digital humanities. And we, in our way, also play with this strategic goals and areas of excellence. So our curriculum is formed around 3 major blocks. The first is historical memory, identity policy, theories of nationalism, imperial colonial studies. So all these topics which are important for understanding of diversity and tolerance, and to cope with the problems of diversity and tolerance. And another straight is interdisciplinary historical research with a focus on historical, cultural, natural heritage, including public museums, media spaces, and policy within archaeology and management of historical heritage. And we will include environmental history, which is my own specialty, history of technology, history of science, into this state of interdisciplinary historical research. And we will use methodology and applied historical methods, quite diverse, digital humanities, oral history, geoinformatics. And so when you look to the list of courses, look specifically to the general courses of the program, which are 3 basic courses. One is directed to historical memory, identity narratives. The second one, historical heritage, policy and practices, and the third one, technology, science, and environment and history. So these are 3 main blocks. And with the list of elective courses, the students could choose their own track. So for instance, a student who will choose from block 1 history of economics, space, borders and mobility in history, block 2 urban studies, from block 3 and digital methods. On block 4 he or she will be more oriented towards understanding of materiality of heritage, and another straights in more looking to legacy, to memory studies, to dealing with ideology. And another important feature of the program is that we also will provide diversity of area studies Students could choose 2 courses from 4, and this is quite diverse area studies. One is obviously Russia and Eurasia, but it's also Baltic region where St. Petersburg is based, and we certainly will use St. Petersburg as a hub for the program and use the cultural diversity and cultural heritage of St. Petersburg and its surroundings to train students. So Baltic region in general is very important. It's also Circumpolar North, which is another important, international cooperation now going on around, and Global South, which is, central for BRICS cooperation. So the students will have this, specific training in area studies in quite interesting ways. So choosing 2 courses, you could combine this speciality. And internships are very, very important. So this principle of learning by doing is central for our program, and we are now forming the list of companies and public museums which would like to help us with the internships. It's only very beginning by the time when we really need the internships, and it will be not earlier than the end of the first year of the program, so more than a year from this point. We will develop the list further. So far we have several museums. Some of them are quite unique, like this, Icebreaker Museum, which is, the ship which is standing at the Neva River at St. Petersburg, and we have a very good connections with that museum. It's also Laboratory of Archaeology and Cultural Heritage of State St. Petersburg University, which are doing management of cultural and natural heritage, some expeditions around the city, some non-governmental organizations, and we are working also to do internships with mass media, travel companies. And a very important form of education, on my experience, are the summer schools, but not only summer schools where, students come and sit in a class, but also traveling summer schools. We did one last summer with University of Glasgow, for instance, when we traveled from one point to another, dealing with natural cultural heritage and talking with local practitioners in different places. And this was very, very interesting for students, and even for us as the teachers at the summer school. So even the teachers, when they travel, they learn a lot, because you meet with people and you see the objects you study with your own eyes. So I think it's a very good perspective of organizing that kind of summer schools on different topics. And this is some kind admission, and certainly we would be happy to have degree-seeking students, and there are large amount of scholarships from Russian government quota system in HSE, and so the information will be available soon at the website of HSE. But for our goals, the exchange is the central also. So we establish foreign partner universities for 1 semester abroad, and so far we made agreements with several universities in Europe. Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich is very important for our goals, because it's a very internationally well-known university which has a strong focus on environmental history with Rachel Carson Center on environmental history, also history of technology with Deutsches Museum. And several universities in Finland. Finland is close to St. Petersburg, so the cooperation is feasible. But we certainly very much look towards building a network of partners from BRIC countries for that kind of exchange for one semester. And talking about some research cooperation, I also would like to share experience of my own research topic in environmental history. So quite recently, the last August, I've attended a workshop and dialogue on environmental history, BRICS countries, which was organized by Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and 3 environmental historians from each BRIC countries were invited. We all met in this beautiful building of Casa Rui Barbosa in Rio de Janeiro and discuss the different topics of environmental history, the status of the field in all countries, the relations between the governments, the state, and environmental policy from historical perspectives, and relations between civil society and environmental environmental problems also historically. And we are now going towards publishing a book, so hopefully next year it will be already published. So we already had, by time we met, we already had texts. So it was a workshop with pre-circulated texts, and now the final editing of the text is going on, so it will be published within the series of environmental history of the European Society for Environmental History. And there is also an agreement that most of the countries will try to translate the book into their own languages. At least I know Chinese definitely will do it. There is a good Center for Ecological History in Beijing and Renmin University. So hopefully each country could provide also this in their own languages. And also we hope to continue, so we put a round table on environmental history of BRICS countries for the next meeting of the European Society in Environmental History, which will be in Versailles near Paris next year. So this is a continuing initiative, not just a single event. So this is another example of what could be done together in terms of BRICS cooperation. Yeah, thank you. And yeah,
thank you. Well, we are quite behind the schedule, but you know, if you have kind of immediate questions, you know, which well, questions of clarification to HSC St. Petersburg, please ask them now. And
see, suppose oral history is there, you know, isn't it?
Yes,
so,
as a method. Yes. Yes.
So how you are going to apply with that applied history?
Oral history is an important part of what is called public history in the United States, and in Europe more like applied history. So it's one of the methods of collecting information.
But what is the relationship between these two?
Oral history is more the method, while applied history is the theory.
okay. Peter?
My remarks, maybe they are more general. I don't know, they were triggered by these two presentations, but I can also postpone if you want. No, I found this very interesting. I think I have three brief remarks. The one is to both of you. Sometimes with these trends in higher education, which we
well, do you have kind of answer, immediate answer, to the question, or we just...
I can very briefly
yeah.
say something about each of those.
Yeah.
points.
Okay. Yeah.
On the research-led teaching, yeah, I take your point, except that this is now a trend in the UK. That's the place above all in Europe where commercially minded and counting independent and so on. And so I think that the approach of research-led teaching can be pushing the teacher out of the classroom somewhat. So I don't think there's a contradiction between that and the commercialization of higher education. Secondly, on the BRICS, again, you take your point on BRICS and so on. But I think from my perspective, what about having a conference about global health reforms? And my interests happen to be Russia, China, Israel, and so on. Because major health reforms have gone on in those countries. I would want people from the US, where they have one extreme health system organization. I would want people from the UK, where they have another extreme. What our listeners often do to Russian ministers of health and so on, they're torn between looking at these two extreme systems. And so kind of the knowledge and understanding and so on that the people in this department will have are relevant to internal discussions within countries. So maybe that's just my particular field. I sort of see that as an important outward-looking thing from BRICS countries. On the graphs, the divergence starts in the 60s.
Yeah, but the problem is in 1990.
The big fluctuation is in 1990 to 1993. But it's not across the board, across the 27 and 28 transition countries. Some of whom went through equal economic decline, but don't have the same level. But yeah, for sure. It's the main part of the explanation.
Okay, I think Professor Fan also had, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Well, I would suggest we have all your presentations. We try, after our seminar is over, we try to produce kind of, a summary of the meeting, what we have on table. We would describe the master programs we have. Then we would send the information to all of you so that we could, start working, online already, after this kick-off meeting. In the meantime, it is a pleasure to invite again Vice President of Zhejiang Normal University, Professor Lu Shizhu, and give floor to him to introduce Zhejiang Normal University, China, and the program they offer to the BRICS University League and to the BRICS Global Initiative.
Okay. First, an overview and introduce my university. The Zhejiang Normal University in the Zhejiang province and the Jinhua city. These are Shanghai, is Hangzhou, is Fujian, and Guangdong. For this, in in EU is marketed in 30 years from a small market and bigger to the biggest market in the Asia and in the world. About to the 5 million and to the business in this market. For here. My university in the 19 college in my university. They are the 13,000 students in my university, and 2,500 students is the bachelor, and then the 5,000 the master and the doctor. In my university is a national key training base of the teacher education, education aid, Center for Africa, and the local and general training the base, and the training the driver in the high railway trains. For the national education aid, the center of the education. These are my compares to pictures for here. And focused to the international cooperation of the Zhejiang Normal University and focused to the Africa research for here. My university, the academic exchange and the cooperation is having set up with to the 130 foreign universities. Now is to your 4 conference institution. 1 constitution in the Ukraine, yeah. 3 conference in the Africa. Now is to the 2,147 students and study in my university here. I found in 1996, we made the Chinese Technical Center with building in the Cameroon. And 2002, and Sperna Hero, the resource training program, and the first quad work of the Sino-Africa Cooperation Forum in this. In 2003, an Africa Education Research Center was set up. And in 2007, the first Institute of the Africa Student and the Confucius Institute in Auckland and the Cameroon was established respective. In 2010, the first Africa Museum in China and the first Sino-Africa Business School in this. To the 1,102 and translates and the 13 times and the education unit train program from the MOC, MOE, and entered by HP to 1 time for here. This is Africa. From the education aid, that the worker from the folk to the profit and the management and the ability of the African country for one discipline and the research and rely on the relational advantage, realization international community, Africa to the combination for here. This to the village scholar and the student conference Africa. Now is my university have building a cooperation relationship with more than 30 African university and to cooperation for here. First, we have founded the first comprehension institute in China in the 2007, and based on the African Education Research Center, the lasted institute of the comprehensive African study in China. This is my University Institute of African Study. In the 2010 Senior Africa Business School, the first higher education institute involved business students in Africa, committed to the cultural group of the Chinese export of the Africa and the Africa export of the China, was founded in the Zhejiang Normal University. This Senior Africa Business School is by the senior diplomat Liu Guijing. He is the ambassador for the South Africa. Yeah. In the October 2010, the first African museum with to them of African civilization was opened in the Zhejiang Normal University. The first phases of the music cover and the area of the 200 square meter with over the 200 holding. Up to now, it has received up to the 7,000 visitor scholars over here. This is the experience research field. The center of the African political, African economic, African education, African history, and the culture for here. There's a higher A-level academic platform by the MOC, MOE, and the Zhejiang province government to here. Now is in African research is the academic achievement. The works African studies, Zhejiang Normal University, the large professor and the country, and 8 series to 120 verbs. There is a Zhao Jun and the vice movement and the following efforts to break the works and to the 13 volumes it have been published. This is the African education research. This is the African history and research. In the 10 years, and many professors and staff and visited to the Africa, investigation in Africa. So here, this is my, in the 2007, I had a visit scholar in the Lagos University in the Nigeria, and visited for here. This is the international conference. But even now, Zhejiang have hold all and co-hold more than 20 internet conference and home and abroad. This is the South Africa no government to the organization conference. The launches ceremony of the Africa NGOs and the Sino-Africa relation. This is the international conference, the Sino-Africa settlement dialogue. Now is to the foundation of the China-Africa think tank forum. From now is to the first think tank forum in the October 26 to 29 in the 2011 at the Hangzhou and Jinhua of the Zhejiang province. In 2012 in the HBO, and I'm sorry, he's 2030 is Beijing. Now this year cannot to held because to the Ebola impact. And next year, this think tank forum be held in the South Africa. The many scholars about to invite my university and the Central of Africa, the academic exchange and the cooperation. This my education for the Africa and the single and both to the home and abroad lead to the 2010 and the CPPC, the chairman, and the Jiang Xinling is to in the Confucius Institute, lead to the October 2008, and the Xi Jinping is made in the South Africa. In the 2011, Li Changchun, the member of the public and the Broom of the CPC and the Central Committee, attended the Mozambique Confucius Institute single celebration. The Dean of the Institute of the African Research, the Professor Liu Hongwu, is the director to the affair. He is a welcome scholar in the field of African studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments? Okay, thank you. And well, we have actually time for the moment is a time for the coffee break. So I would propose, not to delay coffee break, to go for a short break, maybe not for 15 but for 10 minutes, and then we will back here and listen to a presentation of the host of this conference, Ural Federal University. Okay, so coffee break now, the same place.
Только по программе. Оценка.
Если вы хотите, я
Да.
уже сказал. Я
то есть не надо, да?
Нет. Я же уже говорил про центр, в целом. Вы можете вначале сказать, что есть центр. Центр занимается координацией. А вот мы предлагаем программу. Я просто хочу, как я сказал, потом написать бумагу,
Да, я понимаю.
где написать, что вот такая-то университет кто-то предлагает. Потому что я понимаю, вот этот университет предлагает только африканскую страну.
Опа. Я сейчас ее попробую. Я сейчас ее попробую. Вот, я видишь, что я ничего особого-то не сделала. Так, сделаю только, да и все. Так, ну и что? Господи, прости. Сделаю такую структуру, систему, которую только ругаться можно. Вот, потом вот это я показала. Про Демидов экспресс я показала. Ничего страшного. Вот, а ты хочешь, чтобы... А потом вот это я включила, правильно? Тык-тык и все. Люди, свалите, я хочу попробовать. Тык-тык будет или нет? Зовут меня владелец. to go drink something. Go drink something. И чё? А, то есть сначала нету звука? Вот я тебе говорю. А погромче? Ну все, классно. Вот все-таки мне, знаешь, что кажется? Кажется, правильно ее включить и поставить на паузу сразу, чтобы потом не париться. Слушай, тут PowerPoint и слово нормально, они несочетаемы между собой. Ага, да? Нет, видишь, ну что, вот теперь, что тебе? Тебе что надо? Парень, давай, иди вниз. Go down. Так, немножко ниже. Вот, тогда вот это моя здесь, вот это моя здесь, личность. Опять, вот видишь, недоступный ресурс.
Может перенести его сюда, потом нам все равно не понадобится, чтобы...
Я вроде бы его и это самое. Вот что, а это зачем? Давайте так, вот это мы закроем для начала. Товарищи. Вот молодец. Окей. Вот это мы современным. А, это штука, потому что, видишь, мы открыли проигрыватель. Так, это просто от позиции пальцев. А если вот, например, если я сильно хочу копировать ее, да, что она, видишь, у меня не скопирована. Не знаю, зачем хочу, но хочу. Все понятно. Вот видишь, а эта штука у нас с тобой после того, как мы закрылись. Ну, ладно. Ну, мы же хотим, чтобы что все красиво было. Немножко вперед будет, правильно? Все хорошо. То есть здесь у меня презентация, а здесь у меня Russian Style. Нет, я имею в виду, что ничего не понятно, что это такое. Все, класс. Все. А потом я встану, и оно начнет само по себе вот так вот. Почему-то, когда я тут стою, от меня, наверное, сильно много энергии идет. Он думает, что надо. То есть мне все время всегда само, пока слайдер делается. Сколько я не делаю, пока слайдер. Уже заниматься нет. Сейчас я должна потом буду нажать, и оно выплывет. Правильно? По логике.
Okay, dear colleagues, we are starting our last session today, which is going to be a rather long session with 5 universities presenting. And we start with Ural Federal University, the host of this conference. I already presented the center we organized, and you all have the brochures in your welcome pack. I must say that we just started. We just don't. This is just a start. That's why probably you cannot find the information you are seeking in these brochures, because this is just, the very beginning. However, we already have one program, developed, fully developed, which is Russian studies, which we would like to offer to you. And the second one is on BRICS studies. Both programs will be presented by, well, I just cannot actually list everything the presenter is at the university. She's a director of Confucius Institute. She is a vice director of the Center of the Institute of Social and Political Science, head of the Department of Linguistics, etc., etc. Maria Guzikova. So the floor is yours.
See, the listing of all my positions shows that we have a personnel shortage at the university, obviously. And we have to prepare cadre. Thank you very much. So my name is Maria Guzikova, and I'd like to present you only one program today, which would be about BRICS. But first of all, and this program we are in the process of developing. And I actually want to present you my colleague Alexei Antoshin, who is in charge of the program. He is professor and professor in history, and his background is actually in Russian immigration abroad. So he's done research about Russian immigration. But I just wanted to say a few words before I start that the background on which we base our program is that we have already had 2 programs which were important for design of this BRICS program. First program, we had an SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization program, MA program. And the second was the program in Russian studies, which we elaborated a few years ago. And we do not have so much experience in exchanging students, but we normally get incoming mobility in the framework of this SCO MA program. This is an SCO university, and we have gathered some experience in how to organize this mobility, and I believe tomorrow we can exchange this experience with you. So, and let me share what we have planned for the program. So, as you know, I believe all Russian universities will have different content, but the same structure of the program, because we are guided by federal state standards of higher education that prescribe us to have an MA program in 2 years in 120 ECTS. And this will be a program under the roof, so to say, of a federal standard which is foreign area studies. And I have to say that we have 2 big chairs which are currently dealing with this educational standard. First is the chair for Oriental Studies. 120.
What is that?
So Russia is part, a strange part, but still a part of a Bologna process, I would say. So we are still not so
so much decided about whether to be a full part of Bologna process, but we use the same ECTS system. So these are the credits given to the students, and effectively, nobody knew how to use them so in normal terms. So effectively, one credit for us means 36 face-to-face hours with the students. So if a student spends 36 hours with us in a room, we give him her one ECTS. Well, I will say credits just not to. I will not mention credits anymore. So, but still. And normally we give 30 credits a semester. And the last semester, students do not study; they just write their dissertation, master thesis. So the emphasis during this program will be made upon methods of research. I will not read it. I hope you can see. Then BRICS countries and current global issues, BRICS countries in global politics, institutional and legal foundations of BRICS, and some economic issues as well as challenges of social and cultural transformation in BRICS countries. I have to say that this list is not exhaustive at the moment, because probably if we get feedback from you that we have to do it in some different way, we can introduce some changes. It's not too late at the moment, so we are still in the planning process. But effectively, what it means is that students will study some issues which are relevant for all BRICS countries, but then choose from the very beginning one country on which they will be concentrating their research. And in effect, they will, the specialization occurs not because of elective courses or because of something else. So there will be elective courses about this country, but well, I will not brief you now about the details of our educational process, but we're now doing modules. So the plan will have modules to certain countries, and then the student will choose these modules connected to one country. But specifically the specialization, especially research specialization, will be based upon the choice of a research topic. So the employability is always important in case of new programs, and we hope that the students, the graduates of the program, can be employed in the spheres of cooperation of BRICS countries, in all kinds of governmental and non-governmental organizations dealing with BRICS countries, not only in Yekaterinburg and not only in Russia. So the MA program will prepare the graduates for the following types of professional activity. I'm sorry for all this like strange English, but it's partly a translation of what our standards foresee. So that is why, like, professional activities, what is this? But we use these terms in our educational standards, and organizing mobility. We will face the need to accommodate the state requirements to what we want to do in the framework of our mobility. So we want them to be, I will not absolutely subscribe to what Professor Alexandrov said today about the practicality of the programs. So we want them to be as practical as possible, as problem-based and project-oriented as possible. We also want them to be able to conduct analysis in their fields of studies and to do academic research. Because, as you know, the master students, they can then extend their studies and become PhD students, so they must be able to conduct academic research. And the skills upon which we will base the program, the skills are recognizing trends and producing forecasts about development of BRICS countries, designing research and development and research and analysis studies of BRICS issues, organizing and management of analytical activities when dealing with BRICS countries, organizing practical business within BRICS, and using relevant legal documents in doing business with BRICS partners. Students will study 2 languages, English and the language of one of the countries they choose to be their specialization. And I have to say that if we get exchange students, then of course they will study in English as well as Russian students, and then get, if they wish, get something like a crash course in Russian survival in Russia course in Russian language, if they want. If they have already experience studying Russian as a foreign language, then they will be able to do it further with us, because we have had two large chairs of Russian as foreign language, and the tradition of studying, learning Russian is quite huge, I must say, in our university. Then, well, as I said, the English will be language of instruction, and we now exchanged with our colleagues from St. Petersburg. In the history program, English also will be, as far as I understand, language of instruction for both students, incoming students and Russian students entering this program for full-time study. Students are expected to do internship, preferably in the country of their specialization, as well as spend a period of study time in the partner university in form of a semester. But here you see my student from from India, but living in Canada at the moment, embracing a Russian babushka, a grandmother. So we will expect our students to get some experience in embracing babushkas in some other countries. And so, but we will not insist upon them studying there for a semester. Of course, it would be great, but I believe for student mobility nowadays, we can also plan something like a short-term courses. And ideally, a short-term course and in a combination of a short-term course and an internship would be great. And speaking about short-term courses, let me now have my 2 minutes of promotion. I feel that I've deserved it already. So we have an experience in organizing summer camps, schools, academies, universities, not only in summer, but nobody would come to Russia in winter, probably. So because it's not winter today, it's only December. It has begun, but it's not in the middle of the beauty, as you can imagine. So, and we would like to invite your students to participate in our summer school, and it can be done on an exchange basis, of course. Our summer school, I'll give you materials, and so here are the materials with all the information, and the idea of the summer school was the idea of my boss sitting here next to me, and the idea was elaborated already. So the idea is not to invite students or people. We actually do not have only like young students in our summer schools. Once we had a lady from Argentina with 64, so age 64, and we have all kinds of students. So this is like our success, this program. But the idea is to invite students to go not to the capitals, but to see how the province life looks like, and to combine the study of Russian language with the study of some subjects in English. And this year we will have this in a form of workshops where they can have in-depth exchange with students, teachers, tutors coming from the university and from outside of the university, and their colleagues coming from very different backgrounds. And the second idea that already has been mentioned, unfortunately, so I was stolen all the success, was the idea of a Demidov Express summer school based on here in Ekaterinburg as well as in high school economics in St. Petersburg. 10 days here, 10 days in St. Petersburg, comparing both province and capital life with all the cultural heritage and so on, and having a nice training. So I don't want to go to the summer school, but I want to go to the training myself, enjoy it, because you know that we are here in Ekaterinburg. This is part of Transsib, if you have heard of what Transsib is. So you a small video, about Russian studies.
Okay, thank you very much for great promotion of our university. Any questions to Maria?
Well, if you have some questions, I'm not
Then we
going away.
will talk. We will talk tomorrow or tonight. Okay, thank you very much again. And well, I was asked to make some changes in the program because Arun Mahanti from Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi is going home tomorrow, so he asked to change the places with Witwatersrand University, with Sarah, basically. So Sarah kindly agreed to this request, and it's a pleasure for me to invite Professor Arun Mahanti from New Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Friends, exactly 5 years back, there was a historical initiative that was taken in this city. That was the first summit of BRICS. So Ekaterinburg would go into the history of global affairs as being the city of the first summit of BRICS, which is going to shape the kind of things that are going to take place in the 21st century. I would like to congratulate Professor Kamikov for taking the second initiative of creating this BRICS University League, which is very logical to take place, to happen, and he has taken the initiative. Our Chinese colleagues have also made some progress, movement in this. I'm sure in the years to come, this initiative would be a very meaningful and productive initiative to promote exchange of students, exchange of professors, and to strengthen people's diplomacy, intellectual diplomacy in coming years. I would like to speak a few words about my university. My university is one of the smallest university in India, though it is the most prestigious university. But the strength of the university is just 9 to 10,000. Whereas the other university in Delhi, which is Delhi University, has a student strength of 200,000. But nevertheless, my university is the best university without any dispute, without any question. For a number of years, this has been established by different international agencies and national agencies that Jawaharlal Nehru University is the most prestigious university in the country and one of the best university in Asia, and it comes under one of the 150 universities of the world. I represent the Center for Russian Studies in my university. I have some experience in dealing with this international collaboration of my university. I was the advisor to the foreign students of our university for a number of years. Then I was also involved in the international collaboration division. And in that capacity, I had come here 2 years back to deliver lectures here. And thankfully, we signed a document. Because of that, now there is some kind of relations which have been established between our university and Ural Federal University, and some exchange has already taken place. We have 3 to 4 students from this university who have studied there and are studying there. Then we have a couple of professors who have come to our seminars, conferences. Then we organize a program on for teachers of Indian studies in Russia. In Russia, there are a number of centers, universities where India is studied. So following the Soviet breakup, there was a decline in Indian studies across Russia. So that is the reason why we chose to give some kind of training to the teachers who have been specializing on India, and teachers from this university also have come to India to take part in that. So talking about my center, which is called the Center for Russian and Central Asian Studies, I must say, I think we are the largest center on Russian studies outside Russia. Every year, we take 40 to 45 PhD scholars in the center. So it is, at least when my American colleagues came and when I told them every year we take 40 to 45 PhD scholars, he was surprised. So, 40, 45 PhD scholars every year, and at any given time, 250 PhD scholars in the center. It is a big achievement. But I must go into the history of the center. During Soviet time, this center was called the Center for Soviet Studies, and it was one of the largest centers at that point of time. But following the collapse of Soviet Union, this center also, thank God, didn't collapse, but declined very significantly. And in 90s, we could barely get 3 to 4 people as PhD scholars in the center. But along with the stability, economic, political stability, and the growth of Russia's prestige in the international affairs, and things improving in the education sphere, intellectual sphere, once again, Russia has been a very attractive, very sexy country. So for one seat in the center, 8 to 10 students fight in the country. So there is a big demand to be a scholar on Russia in the center. And having said this, I must tell this center is part of the bigger institute, which is known as the Institute of International Studies, which is known as School of International Studies under JNU. So JNU has some 20 schools, that means 20 institutes, and the visiting card of the university is the School of International Relations. And it is structured like this. This school has area studies program, which is one of the best, definitely, in Asia. So we have a Center for European Studies, we have Center for African Studies, we have Center for Latin American Studies, North American Studies, East Asian Studies. So for that matter, we have African Studies. So my point is, unfortunately, so far we don't have a BRICS research center so far, but it is on the way to emerge, and maybe next year we will have a BRICS research center. The problem is the BRICS countries are studied in different centers. So Russia is studied in the Center for Russian Studies. South Africa is studied in the African Studies Center. Brazil is studied in the Center for Latin American Studies. China is studied in East Asian Studies. So like that, so under different area studies centers, BRICS countries are studied. But there is no integrated research on BRICS so far. So we have been working on this. We have written to the University Grants Commission, which has favorably looked into this. And inshallah, maybe next year, we'll have a BRICS research center in the university. So I'm sure you must be knowing there is a BRICS think tank council. So all the BRIC countries have delegated or chosen one leading think tank of respective countries to this council. We have one private think tank, Observer. It is a leading think tank, but nevertheless, they don't have expertise on BRICS countries. So they always hire people from our university, our school. So that way, we have been working on BRICS, providing inputs whenever there is a summit. Of course, there is this BRICS think tank council meeting. So we provide inputs before any summit. But if I think this is logical to have a BRICS study center, so that would help us in promoting BRICS studies and promoting our cooperation with Russia, China, Brazil, and South Africa. That is in the pipeline, and that is going to happen next year. So talking about my university and its potential, I must tell you, although it is a very small university, the university retains always 10 to 15% of the seats for the foreign students. So that's why we have always 700 to 800 foreign students studying in the university, in the different schools. And the university is also very different from the rest of the universities in the country. That means this university, it is a huge campus located on several hectares of land and forest. And this campus looks like a mini India. So you'll find people, students, black-skinned students from the south, white-skinned students from Jammu, Kashmir, north, then with different features, students from different parts of India. So the campus looks like a mini India. It is a very liberal campus, and the campus is famous for its political plurality and cultural diversity. So this is famous. This university is a very politicized university. If you look at the leadership structure of different political parties in the country, you will find many products of our university who are in the leading positions of different political parties, starting from the current ruling party, BJP, Indian National Congress, Communist Party, all parties. You'll find products of this university, because this is, apart from the quality of studies, this university gives a lot of freedom to students to have their own administration in the campus, and the election to this self-government of the students, this is something to be watched. This is really something, in India at least, the election commission, everybody says, JNU Students' Union election is the ideal election in the country, perhaps in the world. No money can be spent, and the kind of a debate, level of debate, quality of a debate during the election campaign is fantastic, fantastic. So it is something to be watched, and this election takes place in November every year. So if you get a chance, come to Delhi, and you will be impressed by the political activity of the students. Apart from political activity, of course, our university excels in social sciences, history, economics, political science. Of course, the School of International Studies, this is the visiting card of the university. The university began with this school back in 56. So why I say 56, Khrushchev had made a visit to India in the year 55. And then he chose that India has to be the best partner of Soviet Union. So after that, Nehru and Khrushchev, they had a lot of good friendship, warmth in their friendship. So Nehru initiated an Institute of International Relations. I'm sure many of you have gone there, Indian Council for World Affairs. So Indian Council of World Affairs, that began with Soviet studies in 56. And in 71, when this university, JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University, started, this Institute of International Relations became the first institute of the university. And ever since then, the university has been very progressive. It is famous for its inclusive policies. You would be surprised to know 54% of the seats are meant for deprived section. Quotas. General students, only 46%. General students, they come through only through merit. Rest of the students, they come by different criteria. If somebody is from a backward region, he gets extra mark. If somebody is from a backward caste, he gets extra points. So like that, it is a very inclusive system. Very university famous for its affirmative actions to provide quality education to people of deprived sections, women in the university. So this is all about my university, and as I said, perhaps next year we'll have a BRICS studies program, and of course we'll be very happy to cooperate with you, with our Chinese colleagues, with our Brazilian colleagues, and with our South African colleagues. The next thing that I will tell, why this is required. See, we are sure the agenda, political and economic agenda of 21st century is going to be significantly influenced by BRICS. Nobody should have any doubt about that. When Jim O'Neill talked about the BRICS countries, he was looking at from investment point of view in 2001, 2002. 2006, it is Russian scholars who started talking in terms of political alliance of these countries. And finally, thanks to Russia, in 2009, the FAST summit took place. And in 5 years' time, the achievements are incredible, incredible. In 5 years, BRICS countries have made tremendous contribution to transform the unipolar world, the global hegemony, and the new financial structure, new political structure that is coming up, and the lack of balances that is existing in global system. So that would be corrected by BRICS countries, there is no doubt. Earlier, when Goldman Sachs economist was telling, BRICS countries would overtake the G7 or G8 countries by 2050. Then he said 2035. So now it is 2016 when BRICS countries would overtake G7 in terms of the total GDP. So right now, BRICS countries account for 27-28% of GDP. They account for half of population, 40% of territory. People are telling they cannot have economic trade relations. Right now, these BRICS countries account for 18-19% of global trade. So this trend is irreversible. BRICS is irreversible. It is going to play a very important role. So we universities, or we belonging to different universities, we intellectuals, scholars, experts, we should not lag behind this political process that is going on. So in this context, we have to provide input to our governments. So from this point of view, we have already this think tank council, we have academic forum. So I think next stage, we should have some kind of university league so that we can have inter-university research on interdisciplinary subjects. We have a number of topics on which we have to give our own perspective. We won't have to depend on the perspectives developed in the West anymore. We have to have our own independent perspectives. So that is the reason the universities of BRICS have to cooperate. And the issues are many. It can be WTO, it can be climate change, it can be environment, it can be inclusion, it can be global financial structure, it can be also economic strategy in the 21st century. So on these topics, I think we should have interdisciplinary, inter-university joint research projects that would help giving some muscle, place to BRICS framework, BRICS structure in coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have questions, comments? Yes, please, Claudio. Okay, do you have any, well, other people maybe have some comments on what just Claudio said? I mean, I think that also that it would be a good subject for the study, you know, of BRICS census. The higher education and research maybe policies in different countries. So how they are formed, how they are conceptualized in the you know, kind of framework of the history of the country. So how, and you know, what kind of vision they bring. I mean, not only the curricula, but also research agendas. And this would be, I think, great kind of study we can try to do together, because I think nobody did such kind of comparative kind of educational analysis, educational research analysis. And as a matter of fact, you know, the government, I mean, speaking about funding, the governmental bodies are very much interested in kind of, you know, these think tank activities which would underpin, you know, educational international policy or, you know, foreign policy as such. So, for example, you know, the next BRICS summit is in Ufa in Russia next year. I mean, we can try to work together just to elaborate some documents for them, we can work with the Russian Council for Foreign Affairs, for example, with which we collaborate on extensive basis, and which Arun Mahanti, for example, knows quite well. We collaborated, together with this Russian Council. So I think that there is a room, there is a space, obviously, for research, kind of collaborative research on that. Okay, if you don't have any questions or comments, well, let us proceed then to our next presenter, from Tsinghua University. We have Zhao Qijin from Tsinghua University, China, who will talk a bit about the programs of his university. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Maxime. Hello, everyone. Thank you. It is my big honor to be here. It's my first trip to this city, and I am wonder why under the wall of the department there is it marks real Russia. And just now, this lady explained that through video, Russia means here, Europe plus Asia. So this is a bridge of Europe and Asia. So that's give me a strong impression that we should position ourselves as a bridging power, as a group. For China, China is a bridge to connect the developed countries and the developing countries. For India, maybe it's a bridge of the Western civilization and the East civilization. And for Brazil, to connect the South and the North. The Brazil is a North country, lived in South. And so maybe Brazil will play a bridging role to connect Europe to Portugal and the country lived in South. So as a group, we share some sameness, although we have lots of difference and diversity. We share sameness in bridging power under the globalization. So that's maybe the start point of our cooperation. So I want to explain the BRICS University League generally, and also want to touch China's role, and maybe Tsinghua in particular, in the process of BRICS cooperation. Okay, why do we need to, formulate a BRICS network of universities? So maybe as a group, we all shared strong pressure from the Western paradigm of universities. So just as this morning, Maxime mentioned, there are lots of ranking system, mostly dominated by the Anglo-Saxon think. So we should follow the approach of universities. And it seemed that we have no choice but to follow the dominance of the Western paradigm and the American paradigm in particular. So in the globalized world, our students move to the West and to win their diploma. So we lost the student. More and more students will go to Western universities, and it's no room for us if we do not try our best to consolidate our basis. So that is the basic requirement of our cooperation in universities, in BRICS framework. And what do we want to get from the cooperation? Maybe this is the fundamental questions for us to answer when we report to the authorities of universities respectively. So our president maybe want to know what can Tsinghua get from the cooperation. So I should find some excuse to report to him. So in my view, we can, formulate a network in the short coming future, and maybe a university league in long term. Network means we can, cooperate from the collaboration, and university league is more institutionalized, and the norms, rules, regimes of a university may be possible. So this morning I mentioned that maybe at last, if we work together and succeed, we can establish another UNESCO, okay, in BRICS university cooperation. But it's just a dream. In China, we talk about the Chinese dream. We can talk about the BRICS dream of universities league. So it's a long way to go. It's a long march. But in the coming future, we can witness a network. And the network of a university will give us a lot of opportunities to development. So that's why we work together and try to promote the university cooperation. And how to do that? In my view, there are 3 points for us to highlight. Number 1 is the advantages. We should consolidate our advantages through cooperation. For each participants, every university has its own advantages, such as Ural and in Russia, and Tsinghua and Fudan University in China. If you are university in Russia, maybe Russian studies is the biggest advantages in the world. Okay, so we can consolidate the Russian universities can consolidate the advantages in Russian studies through cooperation with the counterparts in BRICS University. Because if you can get some resources and students from other countries, that means more and more students and more people have strong interest in Russian studies. That will, strengthen the Russians' attractiveness to the world. That means Russia will highlight the soft power in the world and the soft power of a university. Okay, because we do not have soft power in Western universities, but we can win soft power in emerging and developing universities. Okay, this is easy to understand. And the second is interconnectedness. In the globalized world, and with the rise of information technology revolution, the technology gives us strong tools and instruments to interconnect it. So we can, work together through the new educational instruments, such as MOOCs, such as online courses, such as summer schools. So these new ways of education will will give us more advantage, more opportunities through the interconnected among the universities in BRICS countries. Number 3 is collaboration. To connect the various universities, we should, take proactive measures to encourage the collaboration between universities and among the government officials and even the high-level leaders. That's, as a university, university just give public goods to all the societies. So if the university in BRICS country can work together, that will create a platform for the larger cooperation and more influential cooperation among the states and the government. So that is I call it AIC model of a BRICS network university. Okay, this is a general view of the cooperation. And next, I want to give you some brief introduction of Tsinghua and the Tsinghua's program related to the BRICS cooperation. Tsinghua is a research university, and maybe from the beginning, Tsinghua is an internationalized preparatory school, for students sent by our government to the United States. So if you know the history of Tsinghua, you can easily identify that Tsinghua is an American style of a university. And the faculty members were recruited from the United States directly, and the students, the graduate students, also transferred to the American universities. So that is the history of Tsinghua University, and we has a strong style of characters of American universities. If you have a tourism to Tsinghua, you can find our campus is very similar with the University of Virginia. There is same styles. And in 1952, our government took a regrouped strategy to university. So lots of Tsinghua school has been moved to and incorporated into Peking universities, and Tsinghua became engineers universities, and called it the China's MIT. So through this era, Tsinghua followed the Soto Union's approach of a university. So since the 1980s, with a new policy drafted by Mr. Deng Xiaoping, the open up policy, Tsinghua restored the School of Literature, Social Sciences, Business and Management, Public Administration, and the Law School as a communication school. So Tsinghua become a comprehensive university in China. And in the middle of 1990s, President Wang Dazhong put forward a new version of Tsinghua by establishing a comprehensive, research-oriented, and open universities. Now, open universities is a very important word for Tsinghua in these years. The open university means openness to the society on the one hand, and openness to the international community. So Tsinghua has built friendly relationship with more than 200 universities from more than 60 countries and regions. So we initiated a lot of international programs such as Tsinghua Brookings Center, Tsinghua Carnegie Center, and the double master's degree with science So that's the one part of the program, mostly in our department of International Relations. And in 2013, our President Chen Jining is promoting a new internationalization strategy to highlight, bridge the Western universities and the university in emerging economies and developing countries. So more and more new program has been initiated. So this is the English program, master program in international relations. So this program is very attractive. And each year, we enrolled more than 30 international students from not only developed countries, but also the developing countries. And in Russia, each year we recruit maybe more than 3 Russian students. And when they graduate, they came to back Russia and get an offer. And now there are more than 100 graduate students from more than 40 countries. So maybe every country in BRICS has a graduate in our MI program. And we also announced a PhD program in developing country studies. Traditionally, as Tsinghua sent some students to United States last century, and the graduates, that graduates made great contribution to China's national building. So in 2012, our president told us we should move focus from West to balance the West and the rest of the world. So we initiated this program and try to strengthen the research capabilities and to encourage our students to study at developing countries. So this program is a 4 to 6 years program. And 1 year, the first year in Tsinghua, and the second year in Western universities, and the last 2 years, we all conduct field work and interviews and as exchange students in the host developing countries. So that is a comprehensive program in developing and emerging country studies. So we also launch a Schwarzman Scholar Program. This is a very famous program in China. And it emulates the Rose Scholarship and financial support by from the president of Blackstone Group, Stephen Schwarzman. We raised, $3,000 million US. So to support the students from US, from China, and from the rest of the world. So the students take 45% of participants will come from US, and 20 from China, and 35 from the rest of the world. So they will be arranged in an independent school. This school has international faculties, and will encourage the cross-cultural communication. So the international students will live with the roommate of Chinese students. So it's a very good program. And maybe next year we'll get the first term. And we also set up a strong advisory board. such as Nicolas Sarkozy and Tony Blair and some Kevin Rudd, very big names. So they take in charge of fundraising and try to give some consulting to Tsinghua. So and we also have a dual master degree program with science. So we just finished the examination and the interviews. So we get in my view, the most competitive students in China. And the science will take in charge of the enrollment of American and international students. So next year, maybe earlier of September in 2012, these students will come to Tsinghua, and then this program 1 year in Tsinghua, 1 year in science, and with different backgrounds. So try to promote the joint cooperation. And we also have a joint center of global policy with Carnegie. This is a think tank program, and with lots of research project. And we also have a good relation with the Moscow Center, by Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. It's a network of policy studies. Okay, about the future plan, we will begin summer school with science in 2015, and we'll try to join the BRICS University League partnership directed by Fudan University and maybe the other stakeholders. And we want to formulate a research network in BRICS studies. So we have a faculty from Princeton University. She conducts big data analysis and try to set up a database for BRICS studies. And we also encourage the exchange program of students and scholars and open some MOOCs related to global politics and economy. So for this program is open for all the participants. If your department or schools has interest in the program, please join us. We welcome anytime. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And indeed, there is a new kind of thing which you mentioned and which was not mentioned before. This is MOOCs. And of course, these massive open online courses, we probably should think on how to organize, work together in open courses as well. Okay, any questions to Tsinghua University, to Professor Zhao Qijin? No. Okay. Well, we have 2 more universities to go, and the next presentation will be of University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and also from South to South mobility program, as far as I understand. No, Sefi? Okay. Well, Claudio Pinheiro, again, the floor is yours. Not sure. Sorry. I'll try. But I'm not sure if it's online or not. Which? Okay. This one. No. This probably, yeah. Okay. Can try. Without. Let us see if I can find it. Okay. It is not Google here? No, it's not Google. It's but it can. Hello, people. Sorry for you that have to hear to me again today. I made a confusion. I thought I would do this presentation tomorrow. So I left the pen drive at the hotel when we went to lunch. So I thought crossing all the snow again back and coming, maybe better I show you some figures through the websites and all. So I'm not talking on behalf of Rio de Janeiro Federal University, but I can give you some rough idea about the university, and I mean about our program also, which the one I chair, because it's connected to the Rio de Janeiro Federal University. So Rio de Janeiro Federal University is part of the group of federal universities in Brazil. It is one of the oldest and the largest one. It's from 1920, has 55,000 students, some 150 undergrad courses, and close to 500 graduate courses. A part of the regular division of areas, I mean scientific areas, sciences of health, earth, and technologies and all. There are supra-departmental kind of institutions like the Forum of Science and Culture, where you have hosted the publishing house of the university, some centers of excellence, the Brazilian School of Advanced Studies, and some other initiatives that are organizing not only cultural activities and what we call the activities of extension for the community of people that are outside the university. All federal universities have different kind of programs similar to this. My colleagues may tell you about their own tomorrow. And CEFIS is okay, but then Federal University has several agreements with different universities abroad. In India, for example, with Goa University, there is now old kind of memorandum of agreement, just to name one. And CEFIS is hosted at this Forum of Science and Culture. So it's kind of one example of how the university frames international cooperation. I want to tell you a little bit about this program. This is the new website which is coming out officially before the end of this year, so it's almost well done. CEFIS is one program that was an initiative of the Dutch Ministry of Cooperation for Development in the 90s. So in 1993, this minister for cooperation came with the idea of listening to specialists in social science, economics, history, and in general, on topics of development through the South. So they organized this one big meeting on what was called Historical Dimensions of Development, Change, and Conflict on the South, meeting most of the people that Peter was mentioning earlier today, like some of the scholars from the Subaltern Studies group, some renewed, very well-known African scholars like Claude Ake, Akil Mbembe. So these people were debating basically the new framework for the geopolitics of development, considering the views from the South. So it's more or less a kind of environment we have and the kind of motivation we had for the BRICS. So it's a similar kind of initiative. And in 1 year after that, in '94, it was established as a program, a formal program, basically for seeing connection and mobility of intellectuals and ideas through the South. So CEFIS has always had some basic guidelines, and we were always interested on identity and equity. But through this, a lot of different issues were framed to be every 5 years the topics of the program. We invested on intellectual capacity building initiatives, so there were a number, I will tell you about some of them, and on consolidation of institutions and research agendas of South-South cooperation. For all these 20 years, we had a number of partnerships with institutions like CODERCIA in Senegal, or the Center of Social Science Studies in Calcutta, the Subaltern Studies Center, CSREP in Philippines, you name a lot of CLACSO in Latin America, in Buenos Aires, a lot of centers, and also of partnerships with 2 foundations, like Ford Foundation, Danida, Andrew Mellon, Social Science Research Council, a number of different institutions. We have a special scheme for sponsoring mobility and connections, which is, for example, lecture tours, meaning we wanted one scholar from Asia, Africa, or Latin America to travel to the other continent, not his or her own continent, and do lecture tour. And the papers were published in advance and circulating for the audience to read. So, for example, the whole debate that started with, to come back to your points on Pauto Chatterjee's paper on our modernity was one of our lectures tools originally that later became this article that is very well known. We had, CEFIS is a small program, so don't wait for the big numbers and names that you have for China, for example, but we had 138 different conferences only for this lecture tour program, and the lectures were translated into 7 different languages, including Arabics and all. There were schemes for facilitating the circulation of students, exchange of students and faculty, and individual grants, PhD and postdocs mainly. We had something close to 150 people benefited from this program that helped to fix top scholars at the end of their career, postdoc people, at universities in the South that would otherwise be drained to big, Anglophonic universities, and then you would have the break of this chain of forming new scholars. So it was very successful on this also. We had also been financing small grants, which is a very short kind of term financement for specific kind of ventures. For example, organizing one particular archive in the history or memory of one ethnic group, or one archive so in Latin America there were a lot for dictatorship and memories of unions and things like that, but also to organize seminars, workshop for capacity building. We also have a journal, and we invested a lot in publications, especially translating and publishing intellectuals from the South to other peripheries. So what is normally the case for the South is that you easily find good translations of Weber in no matter language available, but you don't listen or you don't read, very easily to what Indians are doing in Latin America or vice versa. So there was intentional politics for translating, for translation. So we did something as 100 and something books
on different topics, from economics of development to history or social science. Just to give you, I will be very, very brief. So maybe it will open. Okay, this is one of the last books we published last year. It is originally one workshop that CEFIS sponsored on Arab feminisms, and this volume came out of this. Let me see if I can come back. Okay. Oh, too much. Wait. This one is on youth and social movements in the South. It was also one seminar in Azerbaijan, and then one book came out of this. This is the first translation of and digestion, I must say, of subaltern studies into Spanish language. It was a seminar and then a book published in Bolivia. And initiatives like those are in good number. We had long-standing cooperation with Ford Foundation for debating politics of gender and sexual rights. And we came with, so it sponsored 12 full PhD grants, 4 seminars in Indonesia, Rio, Cape Town, and what I am missing? Cairo. And one book with the, it should be here, but I cannot find now. Anyway, it's you can check later on the website. It's called the Sexual History of the Global South. So, comparing different issues on the same topic on how gender politics were generated in the periphery. So, that's one kind of example that can give us some light on this discussion. I would just, to close, mention 2 brief initiatives that we are working now that bring Chinese universities into this discussion. We at CEFIS are very much concerned on challenging this area studies schema. So we are financing and supporting one initiative that is called Asia, which is the African Association of Asian Studies. So this association had already 4 meetings in Lusaka and then in Macau last year. And then this next January, also because of the Ebola outbreak, we had to cancel a big meeting in Ghana. Already with 300 selected papers for the first big meeting of this Association of Asian Studies in Africa. So the idea is to be, normally you of course again you have Asians studying Asia and Anglophonic world studying Asia, or maybe Europe studying and the US studying Asia. That attempt is a practical example of how we can challenge this kind of structure that affects theory, affects funding, affects curricula. Another example, we were invited by the newly formed Arab Council of Social Sciences. They have a meeting on March in Beirut, and they want to come out with an initiative connecting Arabic countries to Latin America, which is also, again, to escape the obvious and most obvious suspects. Maybe it escaped from some of us here, but together with the IBSA initiative back in the beginning of 2000s, there were some other more silent, so to say, initiatives, governmental initiatives, that some of them went further and some completely vanished. But there was this interesting initiative by the governments of Brazil, Venezuela, Algeria, and some countries of the Gulf, which is called ASPA, meaning South American Arabic countries meeting. So it was a political attempt to face this kind of regular schema of producing not only knowledge but circulation of power, circulation of commercial linkage. So it's more or less the same kind of challenge that we face through the BRICS. Regular accusations to the BRICS that these countries don't have much in common, they don't have a language in common, they don't have history in common, but why should they do in the end? Why should they do? Why should they have it to justify the relevance of the connection? So it's more or less the same kind of a figure that I'm talking about we are investing on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions? Well, do you think it can be, I mean, CEFIS can provide kind of, well, I would not say support, but a framework for, you know, some initiatives of this group? Like, you know, research, joint research or something, or, you know, mobility?
We have this large experience for the programs I was talking about. So far, we decided to close some of them only because we saw that with time, some other initiatives were very practically saying cheaper and more effective. If we sponsor postdoc, the effect is one, is fixing people in their universities and preventing this, not only the person to flee, but also the group to disappear. Because you, of course, you know, one top scholar, a senior scholar, is supervising a lot of people, and then if you take this person out of the environment, then there's a disaster for the ecology of knowledge production there. But we also realize that if you sponsor people at a younger age, you get people committed to the cause for a long time, while maybe top scholars, senior scholars on postdoc, they would tend to benefit from the grant and not maybe keep going on BRICS or South as an idea. So our network is really large now, though we are a small program. But we have this expertise on, we are still struggling. We stopped our journal has 10 years now. It is from 2004. It was one of the first completely electronic journals. But later, today, recently, we realized that like every journal is now electronic journal. So how can we be innovative again? So we did a step back and to rethink the model and then develop a new kind of. So to say that we are still, this is an ongoing process. We are redefining the program together with on the road, so to say. But we have this nice expertise on how to deal with the South as developing countries. What I think is interesting, and we should maybe take into account, is how can we, and there is some expectation of low and medium income countries when we talk about BRICS, that how can the BRICS change the geopolitics also for those which are not the BRICS? So how can we incorporate those other countries, lower and medium income countries, lower income countries? So, for example, CEF has been financing researchers and small institutions in places like that, but also in countries which do not have a long-standing tradition of cooperating with, for example, Latin America, like Iran. Or let me see if I don't miss like. But yeah, examples like those. I mean, how can we? Wait, just 1 second. Yeah, Suriname or Guatemala. I mean, how can we through the BRICS? Because there was this discussion on the formation of the BRICS Development Bank that should be a fund directed to research. So how can we also integrate? This was one of the original ideas on the IBSA. There was a fund to beneficiate catastrophe reliefs, things like that. So Cambodia was a beneficiary for the first round, and then it vanished as the IBSA was incorporated into the BRICS initiative. But how can we, again, consider these countries that are completely out of the scheme? I am saying that because, okay, this is something we have to take into account considering the agenda of some agencies and foundations, how they conceive South-North-South cooperation or peripheral cooperation, as you name it. How can we place the BRICS within this picture?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, well, again, last not least, the presenter on the presentation of today is, well, in another Indian university, which is large university, I believe. Well, someone told that, Arun told that, you know, 200 million or 200,000 people students are in the University of Delhi, right? And we consider ourselves as one of the largest universities in the country, and we are only 50,000. So, I mean, the numbers are very different. But anyway, it's very pleasant to have here a speaker from the University of Mumbai, India, Professor Jogdant Pralhat Gangaram. I'm sorry if I pronounce it in not right way, but we are very pleasant to have. He is a Dean of Sociology, I believe, from the University of Mumbai. Okay, the floor is yours.
I think I am the last speaker of the day. I am working as a head of the Department of Sociology, University of Mumbai. Also, I am working as a Dean of the Faculty of Arts in the same university. Before I say something about the department, because that is the oldest department in India and second oldest in Asia. See, University of Mumbai, established in the year 1857 by the Britishers. So this is the one of the oldest university in India, having almost all faculties, like Faculty of Arts, the Commerce, Faculty of Science, Management, Law, Engineering, Languages, Humanities, and so on and so forth. 704 colleges are affiliated to this university. And now it has become very cumbersome to work, in a place like University of Mumbai. Because it takes a lot of time to send the circulars and then conduct the examination of the colleges and then declare the results on time. And it is mandatory for us to declare the results within 45 days. And almost 600 examinations that we have been conducting every now and then. It's really problematic, but somehow we are managing. In addition to colleges, we have 60 postgraduate departments. 60. Like, we don't have the school system, as such. We have the departments. Like, we have the sociology, we have the political science, we have the management, and so on and so forth, right? We have a department of Eurasian studies also. Area studies department, we have the African studies department. And then, on the university, we have a distance mode education. So those students who are not in a position to come regularly for the regular classes, they can come and enroll and complete their education by registering or enrolling in the distance mode. So almost 75,000 students are on the campus. So there is no dearth of the population in India. There is no dearth of the students in student strength in Mumbai. This university is recognized as the university with potential for excellence by the University Grants Commission, that is apex body that we have in Indian society, India. So it is a university with potential for excellence, and a special grant has been given to the university by the UGC for undertaking a number of research projects. Recently, we have started a number of job-oriented courses. We call it innovative courses because it's the need of the hour, and therefore, taking into account the employability problems of the students, we have established a number of job-oriented or innovative kind of courses on the campus. For instance, we have a BA and BSc in Human Sciences. It's the latest course that we have introduced, and there is a lot of, the demand and the takers, and putting together sociology, biology, and cultural studies. So we call it Human Sciences, both in BA and BSc. Then very interesting course that BA in Culinary Arts. Again, people are getting employments after completing this particular course. Then we have MA in Television and New Media Productions. Mumbai is the hub, so far as, and the commercial capital of the country. After Delhi, Delhi is of course a political, capital, but the Mumbai is the commercial capital of the country. So take into account that aspect, we have started televisions and new media productions, and there is a lot of demand. Course like MA Business Economics. And then we have recently started interdisciplinary studies. There is a lot of demand and there is a lot of discussion so far as this interdisciplinary kind of business is concerned. So PhD in interdisciplinary studies. We have again started community colleges and the model colleges. One cycle is completed so far as credit-based semester system is concerned. Earlier, we used to have an annual examination pattern, but now, since last 3 to 4 years, that we have shifted to credit-based semester systems. Very interesting part of the university is, university offers financial assistance to the students, those who are not getting any fellowships or they are unemployed. So we strengthen by research by giving some sort of scholarship, fellowships to the MPhil and PhD students. So this is how university is strengthening the research, in the university campus. We have MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with 30 universities. So there is a lot of, happening so far as exchange of the foreign students and the, the staff is concerned. So we believe in exchange of ideas, exchange of knowledge, and so on and so forth. So let me come to the Department of Sociology. As I told you, this is the oldest department established in the year 1919. A second oldest department in Asia, first in India. This department offers 3 programs, like we have MA, MPhil, and PhD. There are credits are assigned. For MA, 96 credits, MPhil, 12 credits, and PhD, 16 credits. So again, this department has a lot of potentials, and therefore University Grants Commission, Government of India has been giving a special grants. We call it SAP, ACAP, Special Assistance Program. Now we are in the 3rd phase. Since last 15 years that we have been receiving this particular special grants, and under these schemes, and we have been continuously doing research on a particular area. They call it core area or thirst area, like marginalized groups and the communities. This is the core area, and we have developed a data banks, number of research publications that we have on this particular specializations. I think you are aware that India is has the caste, sub-caste, untouchability, minorities, Muslim minorities, Christian minorities, and so on and so forth. So take into account their problems, that we have been trying our level best to carry out the research and publish on this particular core areas. And the another core areas under this scheme is impact of globalization on informal labor, diaspora, and culture. So these are the 2 important areas that we have been doing a very considerable kind of research in the department. There are 4 semesters, there are 8 core courses, and per course has 6 credits, 8 elective courses, so total credits 96 credits for MA. I don't want to go into the details because I am carrying a hard copy of the course curriculum and the syllabus. If you are interested, I can share with you informally the kind of courses that we have. The very examination pattern is very interesting. There is a 60-40 kind of division is there. 60 marks for end semester examinations and 40 marks for internal assessments. Why internal assessment is very important? Because we believe in continuous, the supervision so far as students are concerned. So continuous assessment of the students. So therefore 40 marks are assigned for the internal assessment, where these 40 marks, 20 marks for the written assignment, and every student is supposed to present his or her assignment, that is for 10 marks, and attendance 10 marks. So unless and until you are regular, you are not going to pass the examinations. So internal is very, the important component in this particular examinations. So 20 plus 10 plus 12, 10 comes to 40, and unless and until you, qualified in internal examinations, you are not supposed to write the 60 marks examinations. We follow the 7-point grade points, from 1 to 7, and the grades like this: O, A, B, C, D, E, and F. These are the 7 points grades that we follow. And then what are the advantages of these particular systems? There is a continuous evaluation of the students. Under these particular schemes, there is a continuous evaluation of the students, 60-40 kind of patterns. There is a more flexibility in terms of syllabus revision and introducing new courses. So in my university, it is mandatory to revise your course curriculum after every 3 years. Otherwise, you are out and then you are not supposed to start your course program. So after every 3 years, it is mandatory to revise your course curriculum or the syllabus that we call it, and you are free to introduce new courses. Then it is more transparent, that you can exchange your answer books with your students. You can take them into confidence and talk to them, and you can point out where that particular student is going wrong. So it is transparent kind of systems. It is globally competitive. It has a contemporary kind of significance, and it is scientific approach to implement. So it has a number of, the advantages. Now, this Department of Sociology has collaboration with 2 universities. These active collaborations. There is students exchange programs with the Ottoman Greek University, Magdeburg, Germany. Even once they invited me as a visiting fellow for 4 weeks, I went there and delivered a number of lectures on the Indian society and so on and so forth. So the professors from their department, they also come to us and they talk to the students, deliver a couple of lectures to our students, and this is how the exchange of faculty is there. At the same time, the students from this university, they come to our place and they carried out the research in slum areas. They stay there for 15 days, 20 days, and then this is how they carried the research in the slums areas in Mumbai. Then we have a collaboration with University of Bonn, again Germany. And it is again the exchange of students, exchange of faculty, exchange of ideas, exchange of research projects. So this is how Department of Sociology, having a foreign collaborations with these 2 universities in Germany. Now, so far as BRICS cooperation is concerned, I have a couple of points and I would like to share the forms of cooperation. Organization of the seminars, conferences, summer and winter schools in BRICS countries on identified thirst areas or the core areas. My feeling is that, we'll have to identify a core area so far as BRICS countries are concerned. Otherwise, no point in talking about. I can say my India is very great, my university is very great. Friends from China, they can say Shanghai is very great. My problem is that, you identify certain areas, minimum program that we must have. Mumbai, yes. Shanghai, yes. Oh, what you are going to study? Culture? Diaspora? I mean, what is the thirst area that you are going to study? I have got 100 research topics in Mumbai, but that is not the issue. You must have common minimum researchable areas and then work on that, So identify the thirst areas or the core areas of the BRICS countries and carry out the research. To strengthen interdisciplinary PhD programs, we must go beyond the boundaries. So going beyond the boundaries is very important. So interdisciplinary kind of PhD programs, to float innovative courses routed through BRICS Study Center. What are the courses that you are going to offer to the students? Suppose University of Mumbai. My students may not be knowing the neighboring countries like Pakistan, China. Not to talk about the Brazil and South Africa. I must orient my students about the BRICS, the approaches, the methods, the programs, and therefore I have to educate I have to, the inculcate a sense of, the BRICS kind of, the things in the minds of the peoples, there. So float innovative courses routed through BRICS Study Center. To form a board of studies or academic forum or council across the BRICS countries and take a review of higher educational developments. Every now and then we'll have to take the review. What is happening in the BRICS countries, What are the policies? What are the legislations? What kind of education that you are imparting to the rural areas? India is, 72% population living in rural areas. What kind of education they are getting there? Whether we are reaching out to the people or not. If yes, what is the modus operandi? What is the mechanisms, That we must have a common academic forum or academic councils to take a review of the higher educational developments in the BRICS countries. Fieldwork component is very important for us. Because, if German students, they come to slums like Dharavi in Mumbai and stay there for 15 days. That's very interesting part, Being a foreigner, being an alien, the nationals and going to the slums, Asia's largest slums that we have in Mumbai. Talk to the peoples. How they survive there in slums, What kind of language that they speak. What kind of culture that they have. I can go to Johannesburg. Talk to the peoples, find out the similarities, diversities, that we have the caste, what kind of problems are there in Johannesburg, whether they have the race, whether they have the other kind of diversities, what kind of inequalities are there. So if there are similarities, you can compare with that of, the inequalities in India and, the South Africa or Mumbai or Johannesburg. So and come to the conclusions, yes, on certain issues, these are some common points or agenda. So fieldwork is very important. Identify the donors agency for financial support. Nowadays, finance is not an issue, I tell you. People are ready to finance your support, finance if you have the potential kind of the research projects. Identify the donors, maybe number of Ford Foundation, this and that. In India, we have the Tata Foundation, huge money that they have. So we have to identify and submit them with our agenda so that they will come forward and they will definitely support our joint venture. What are the common interests so far as BRICS countries are concerned? So migration is happening in a big way now. International migration is happening in a big way, national, regional and international level. And then human sciences. It is not merely natural sciences, but the humanities, social sciences are very important, And they are the ones who provide the solutions to the problems, right? So, sociology, biology, cultural studies, psychology, medical sciences. Higher education common minimum programs. Yeah, I already talked about that. We must have a common minimum uniformity of the programs. Resources and expertise. Social and cultural capitals. Yes, the infrastructure, that is a bit problematic to share, but we can always share the social and cultural capital of each other countries. We have a rich social capital and cultural capital we'll have to share to strengthen the BRICS programs. Then we have the global and local comparative studies, globalization and BRICS countries, identity, culture and governance. These are the issues. Joint research projects, and we must organize various events every now and then. Then only we can strengthen this particular phenomena that is BRICS. Otherwise, no point in talking about, the kind of the agenda. But my appeal is, we must have a common, a minimum, thirst areas, core areas, programs, whatever you call it, and try to work it out in a proper fashion. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And well, this is very right. We have to find some, common ground to collaborate. I mean, if we do exchanges, then we should be more specific, of course, on that, and we will try. Again, as I said, we would try to, analyze the talks, make some kind of, well, summary of today's and tomorrow's proceedings, send to you, and then try to work on the, kind of common document to organize this common ground, to understand where we have similarities and overlapping kind of fields. Well, do you have questions? Not for the moment. It was last very long day, and I even can't imagine how long it was for some of you who just came, in the morning to Yekaterinburg. But I think it was a long but very fruitful day. So thank you all for this day, and we have now dinner in your hotel. Well, and tomorrow we meet here again at let me see, 9:15. So quite early tomorrow. But the day, the afternoon tomorrow, you will have this nice excursion. So in the first part of the excursion, you will experience the bridge of which, our Chinese colleague talked about. So you will stay with your one foot in Asia and with other foods in Europe, and you will have a certificate of, crossing the border with some champagne on the spot. Well, I would not disclose everything you will have tomorrow, but this is it must stay a secret. Okay, thank you very much again, and let's go. Yes.
You can
Do you need any?
Yeah, no. I think you can.
Yeah.
For this, I candidate for this PPT and together in the
Okay, so
close. Okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. No,
Well, you're okay.
No, I just would like to put everything to my to this PPT. To
All
this.
the PPT to
Yeah.
for one page and the copy and easy.
Ну, наверное, что?
Кому сказать?
Нет, не Вика, не Вика. Аня же команда. Не Вика, да?
In the page.
А что надо?
Ну, чтобы был, чтобы не вегетарианец у нас Крис, очень строго, даже рыба.
Sorry. I think we should put all of them here, but no. Okay, then we will make, you know, something. Because we will try to, because it's more things here. Okay, so we'll do. And we will publish everything on internet. Yeah, you can download it. No, okay. Everything will be on the web page of our BRICS Center. Yeah? Okay, cheers. Мария Олеговна, у меня умер фон. Позвонить Вике.